Morning, folks. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan. It is Thursday, September 28th. I already put the live stream on. I'm still busy updating the meter with the latest weather, but there are two 747s incoming, and I didn't want you guys to miss it. So while I am at my laptop updating the ticker, at least we have a view of the first incoming Queen. I think the runway usage is still the same, is it? Let me quickly double check. Hope everybody is doing all right. We have another show for you today with arrivals. There is a bit of wind from the south-southwest. It's not too cold, it is overcast. Yeah, runway usage is the same. Alright, let's close everything. Save the ticker, there we go. Goedemorgen Koen, Jackie, Sander, Leo, Tina, good morning. Happy Thursday. Ronald, goedemorgen. Stanley, goedemorgen, good morning. Right, so we have 5 Queens expected before the A380 is due to arrive, which is scheduled to be on time today around 1:15 p.m. We originally had 4 747s inbound, but there is also one coming in from Frankfurt. That is the first one. We are going to see 2 consecutive 747s. How about that? So this is KLM Cargo, operated by Martin Air Holland, flight 9174, Boeing 747-400. It is arriving from Frankfurt. Short flight, 47 minutes of flight time at the moment. A 20-year-old 747, began flying in April of 2003. Behind it is 747 number 2. Let's see. Cargolux, operated by Cargolux Italia. And that is inbound from Nairobi. But first, KLM Cargo arriving from Frankfurt. Now normally I would always linger a little bit, see the whole landing until it has vacated, but yeah, there's a second 747 immediately behind this airplane. Go to Jeremy, Mario, good morning. Alessia, good morning. Graham, good morning. Nice of you all to tune in. We go from one 747 to the next. This is Cargolux flight 2613, another 747-400 arriving from Nairobi. This one a bit longer, more flight time than the previous one. About 7.5 hours or so. Flight time 8 hours and 13 minutes. A 16-year-old airplane. First flight July 2007. Hey there, Blackburst, Row Aviation, good morning. All other viewers who have joined in the meantime, good morning to you too. Hey there Josh, good morning. Up early once again, or still up late. Good morning Alan, tuning in from sunny South Africa. Indeed, perfect timing. If you were able to see them both land, what a way to start the show. And there are 3 more coming before the A380 is expected. The A380 is expected to be on time, that is around 1:15 p.m. We have ducks over here. They are back from holiday, it seems like. I did also see Harry the Heron, but he flew off as I walked by. He was sitting on one of the lanterns on the cycling path, besides the cycling path. Hey Gosse, goedemorgen kerel. Who is he? Scott, good morning. Guten Morgen, tuning in from Berlin. Vinny, goedemorgen. Next up, Turkish Airlines Flight 1951 arriving from Istanbul. It is an Airbus A330-300, flight time 2 hours 47 minutes. 7-year-old airplane, first flight November 2015. And the Turkish is going to take the first exit. Turkish butt shot coming in. Good morning Ethan, Malaysia Airlines. Geert, goedemorgen. Miss Wolves, good morning. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Alright. Now, what's this? I see a Ryanair 737 that appears to be going to runway 27. That's interesting. Let me have a look. Did they open runway 27 as a secondary runway for landings, or is this just an exception to the rule? Current runway usage. Nah. Okay. That's interesting. Air Traffic Control Netherlands website says that this is the only runway used for arrivals, but it does seem, looking at flight radar, that we have a Ryanair landing on runway 27 right now. Interesting. An Avion Express, flight 5015, exiting via the first exit, arriving from Antalya, A320, 12 years old. Right, well. So we do have, if you look at flight radar, there is a Ryanair 737 arriving from Dublin that is about to land on runway 27, even though LVNL says this is the only runway used for arrivals. Interesting. Next up is a Lot 737-800 arriving from Warsaw, flight 265, flight time 1 hour 38 minutes. An 11-year-old airplane, first flight November 2011. Gremlin, good morning. Colin, good morning. Leen, goedemorgen. Roelof, goedemorgen. Lang niet gezien. And the ducks were quacking just now. Sri Radayal. What's going on, mate? Daniel, happy Thursday to you too. Jordan, good morning. Steve J, good morning. Now, was that just a one-off? I think it might have been. Not seeing any other airplanes moving in the direction of runway 27. A bit peculiar to see the one Ryanair 737 come back to runway 27. Let's do another quick check of LVNL.nl. Ah, Rudolf has been busy. Did see a lot of your colleagues pass by over the last couple of weeks, but it's been a while since we last spoke, or saw each other at least in person. Hope everything is well otherwise. Let me have another look at runway usage. Did they do something? No. Okay. Odd. Hey there, John. Good morning, welcome. Or good evening, I should say. Right, got a couple of lights in the distance. That would be an El Al 737-900 arriving from Tel Aviv. There is an A319 behind it, an A320neo. I can also see a 777 arriving from Johannesburg. And over here the weather is overcast, as you guys can probably see. It is dry. There is a bit of wind, but at least over here on ground level where I'm standing, it is relatively quiet. The water also quite still. Just overcast. Although there is wind, if you look in the distance to the chimneys, you do see that it is moving a little bit, but it's not substantial. Hey there, Mrs. Professor, good morning. Tom, good morning. I'm doing well, Mrs. Professor, thank you for asking. Hope you're doing well as well. It looks a bit gloomy maybe. Maybe it's also the camera making it a bit darker than it is. Although, yeah, it is overcast, so not very bright weather. Makes for good visibility on the screens that I'm using. So that is the silver lining, I should think. It's also not cold. It's already, what was it, 18 degrees or so Celsius. So it is in the high 60s Fahrenheit. This was El Al flight 337 arriving from Tel Aviv. Had a flight time of 4 hours and 14 minutes. 10-year-old airplane. Row Aviation says, love your live streams, tuning in from Brisbane, which has a lot less planes than Amsterdam. Yeah, that's, I'm imagining a bit different over there. Well, we do have a lot of traffic, but we also have a lot of runways, so the action per runway is relatively slow compared with the nominal amount of airplanes that come in and out of Amsterdam on each day. If you compare that with London Heathrow, for instance, which has to process all the traffic inbound and outbound using 2 runways. That makes a different dynamic. Makes for a different dynamic. Hey Han, goedemorgen kerel. Alles goed? Peter, goedemorgen. Oh, and goodbye. Have to work. Take it easy, man. Hey Maxine, goedemorgen, good morning. Tom asks, are you gonna be here Saturday? It's always weather dependent, but I think the outlook for now is decent. Maybe a few droplets, but I don't think there is substantial rain in the forecasts for the upcoming days. So normally speaking, I should say, yeah, probably, very likely. This is Air Serbia, arriving from Belgrade, flight 360, Airbus A319. I like the pink accents in their livery, or red, pink reddish. Again, I'm color vision deficient, maybe I'm calling it reddish or pink and you guys see a different color altogether. Hey Big Al, good morning mate. Good to see you again, hope all is well. So the ducks seem to have gone into the water, but they are further downstream, moving away. Looking for more peace and quiet perhaps. Oh, a go around? Why? The runway is clear, has been vacated. SAS A320neo. Arriving from Oslo, going around for some reason. Peculiar. Well, if anybody is listening in on ATC and has picked something up, do let us know. That was a bit of a surprise. A morning full of surprises. We started with 2 consecutive 747s, now a go around. Also saw a mystery 737 from Ryanair landing on runway 27 earlier, even though no other traffic is going there and it is supposedly a closed runway. Now to get the wires, prevent the wires from the cables from getting tangled, I have to go around the camera. All right. Well, we'll see that airplane again soon enough. This is KLM flight 592, 777-200, arriving from Johannesburg. Flight time 10.5 hours. The airplane is 19 years old. First flight November 2003. Hey Helene, goedemorgen. Long time no speak. Hope all is well. And the rogue platonicist says, just curious, do they always keep the runway lights on during the day or only when it is cloudy or bad weather? Never noticed it before as a passenger during the day. Good question. I think they only keep the lights on when the runway is in use. If the runway is not in use, oh, a lot of birds in the water further south. Looks like a whole collection of ducks. Quite a few. And Alan says, saw 3 go-arounds yesterday afternoon, evening at Manchester. Was rough there, 35 knot crosswinds. Indeed, I saw it on the news. What was it, Agnes or something? Angela, there was a storm going over Ireland and Great Britain. I think we are only getting the clouds that we are having today and maybe a little bit of a breeze, but it's definitely not stormy over here. Mike Wild, good morning. Luther, good morning. Hey Roy, goedemorgen. Ah, Agnes, yeah. First storm of the season. Alright, next up is United Airlines Flight 968, Boeing 7879 Dreamliner arriving from San Francisco. 9 hours and 25 minutes of flight time as we speak. 7-year-old airplane. First flight June 2016. And me myself says it's crabbing Thursday. Yeah, a little bit. Just a little bit. Nothing spectacular, but we do have wind from southwesterly direction. South-southwest, I believe it was even. Mostly headwind. A little bit of crosswind. Hey Freddy Dutch, goedemorgen, good morning. All other viewers who have joined us, good morning to you too. If you just tuned in, you missed the beginning, and the beginning of the stream was 2 consecutive Boeing 747-400s. We started the show with 2 queens. There are 5 expected in total before the Emirates A380 is expected to land, and that is going to be around 1:15 p.m. local time. So 2 down, 3 to go. And Sander says that SAS is going way out to sea and turning back now. Maybe ATC was busy, forgot that they had to redirect the SAS back to the Polderaan. Although it doesn't seem to be very busy at the moment with arriving traffic. We have an Embraer 175 coming up next from KLM, arriving from Prague. There's an A319 from EasyJet following it. And number 3 looks to be the SAS A320 Neo arriving from Oslo for its 2nd attempt at landing. And indeed, Big Al, it was a beautiful start of the stream. You don't get to see that very often. It was nice of ATC to also make sure that they were back to back. Now, in the meantime, is that another duck? It is. We do have a lot of ducks over here today. They have returned. And in the meantime, Big Al gifting an AMS Live membership. Thank you so much for that, Big Al. And me myself was gifted the membership. So welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge, me myself. And thank you once again, Big Al. Now, you can also see that there is some agricultural activity going on the other side of the runway. Let me see if I can show you guys after this airplane has landed. Embraer 175, arrival from Prague, Czech Republic. Flight time 1 hour and 9 minutes. 5-year-old airplane. Captain really definitely not on board this airplane. Or at least not the pilot flying right now. So the tractor just unloaded a bunch of stuff over there. Are those sugar beets? Are they harvesting the sugar beets? I think they might be doing that. One time years ago, I actually crashed because of slippery roads in fall due to clay on the roads that was put there by the tractors that were driving over the public roads for their sugar beet harvesting. Went around the corner, had some understeer, steered some extra to the left because I was drifting to the right. Then all of a sudden the front wheels got traction again, so the car went to the left excessively and I bumped into a truck which had no damage whatsoever, but my lease car was total loss. So I got a free drive with the tow truck to the station where they tried to fix it. Well, I know it wasn't total loss. They did manage to fix it, but it was a hefty bill for the lease company back then. Now, for some reason, the firefighters are also over here. This is also something you don't see very often. Well, you do see them parade around the perimeter and you do see them test their equipment when they're back at the station, but this is the first time I'm seeing them stop and use the equipment, or they seem to be using it somewhere midfield. Let's quickly turn around. There's also an airplane landing. EasyJet A319, if I'm not mistaken, arriving from London Gatwick. Yeah. And after this airplane, it is the second attempt of the A320neo from SAS. Android phone, good morning. And indeed, Alan, high class problem when you don't know which 747 to point the camera at. Hey Paula, goedemorgen, morgen. Dale, good morning, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Right, so the firefighters. Oh, one of them is reversing. Interesting. Now the second one is reversing as well. What is going on here this morning? It is a bit of a peculiar morning. Seeing some unusual things today. Now, oh, and now the third one is reversing as well. Are they going to reverse all the way back to the fire station? Because that is a long way back. They still have a bit to go if they want to reverse all the way back to the fire station. But it seems they are. Are they just going to practice reversing? Is that part of the exam for being allowed to drive on the fire engines? Anyway, second attempt of the A320neo from SAS arriving from Oslo. We saw it go around earlier. Now it's back. Landing seemingly effortlessly. So, did anyone pick up on ATC what might have happened by any chance? Still curious because the wind conditions are not that severe. That you would think that could have been the cause, but I'm streaming backwards, Sander is saying. Well, I can do a lot, but I'm not able to talk backwards. However, the skilled drivers from the firefighters are able to reverse all the way. They do seem to be going back in reverse, back to the fire station. I said it as a joke, but it seems that this is what they're actually doing right now. Okay. Kudos to them and their driving skills. Hey Anton, goedemorgen, welkom. Ingo, goedemorgen, goedemorgen. Oh, in Callantsoog it is storming. Well, over here it is quite calm actually. There is a windsock. Well, I'm saying it is calm, but if you look at the windsock you do see wind. However, where I'm standing over here, it does seem very calm. Also, if you look here, hardly any movement in the plants over here whatsoever, so it's a bit odd. So on paper there is wind, but not where I'm standing right here for some reason. And we have one lonely duck on its own over here. The rest of the pack is more south. Quack. Hey Berend, goedemorgen. Alright, next up is A7879 Dreamliner arriving from Cartagena. See, we have an expert in the chat. Tony says Drake Mallard hybrid. It does have a nice. It did have a nice chest drawing, or what's the proper description for it? The black and white. Oh. Well, let's confuse everybody a bit more. It seems now that the firefighters are on their normal patrol round once again. So why they reversed back to the station initially beats me. Is it opposite day by any chance? I haven't checked the calendar. Anyway, we are going to see the fellas in a few minutes passing from the other side towards us from the north. Still more or less the only person out here, although I do now see a few people walking over here. So they might sound their horn. Not sure if they would do that if I was the only one over here. Then again, I do have the camera rolling, so Good morning, Eversteria, RDW, Kevin, good morning. And Anton, this is the Polderbaan. As Sander was also mentioning already. Got an Embraer 175 arriving from Berlin. Now I do feel a little bit of wind in my neck, so it does seem that the wind is picking up a bit. Got the A350 arriving from Atlanta from Delta next after this airplane. Still have 3 more 747s ahead of us before the A380 is going to land. The A380 is nicely on time, so ETA 1:15 p.m. local time, making it very probable that it is going to land on 18C, or if they were to open runway 27 as a secondary runway for landings, runway 27. Little butt shot of the Embraer 175, and let's turn the camera back to the north. Delta Airlines 74 coming up next. Airbus A350-900 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia. The airplane is underway now for 7.5 hours, and it is 7 years old. First flight of this airplane was in March 2016. Now I'm also seeing a bit more ripples in the water. That's nice. Let me see if after this airplane has landed I can see what the latest METAR was saying. Although probably, well, what time is it? Now I better wait 10 minutes so that the next METAR gets published. The wind is definitely picking up. Looking at the chimney smoke, it is blowing from the southwest, and as you can see, this airplane is crabbing. So looks like we are getting crosswindy arrivals. And there you go, the firefighters. On their daily round. Hey there, Jean-Yves. Good morning, salut mon ami. And Bottleback, is that how you pronounce it? Just became a member. Thank you so much for your support there, Bottleback. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Thank you so much for your support. Adij, goedemorgen, good morning. Jos, goedemorgen. TNC, good morning. Doing well, thank you for asking. I'm quickly having a look. First of all, runway usage, has that changed? No, it hasn't. What is the METAR saying right now? 12 knot wind, 210 degrees, okay. Let's check in 15 minutes or so when the newest METAR will be published, will have been published. They typically get published 5 minutes to the hour and 25 minutes past the hour. The wind is picking up a little bit. It's not a full-blown storm, but you can see the smoke is moving away from us. So this is the direction of the wind from behind me to away from the camera. is Tarom, Airbus A318, arriving from Bucharest. Hey Evan, good to see you again, buddy. All is well over here. Do also feel a few droplets, small minor drizzly droplets, but it was supposed to stay dry today, so probably is not going to be anything substantial. Hey Martin, goedemorgen kerel. Peppi, servus, schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. Adam, good morning. Hope everybody is doing alright. Over here, wind is picking up a little bit. Looks like we might get to see Crosswindy arrivals. Might have to change the title of the stream. Wind is picking up a little bit. Got wind from the southwest, and the airplanes are landing from the north to the south. So as you guys can see, there is a bit of crabbing going on. The airplane is pointing towards us as it is drifting towards the runway threshold. This is an Airbus A320 Lufthansa arriving from Munich. I think it's also time to enable image stabilizer. We did have calm weather here until 15 or 20 minutes or so ago. The wind is now picking up somewhat. In the meantime, Anton, thank you so much for becoming a member just now. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge and thank you so much for your support, buddy. And Roy, thank you so much for being a supporter of the channel for 5 months already. Well, it seems like it's been longer than that, but that's something we keep being surprised about. Thank you so much, my friend, for your continued support. 5 months of fun, absolutely. Now, we have an Embraer 190 coming in from London City, KLM flight 984. Behind it is a bigger airplane, a Dreamliner 10 arriving from New York JFK. So if you just tuned in, you may have missed the first 2 airplanes of the show. 2 consecutive 747-400s. Not long after that, we also saw a go-around for no apparent reason that we could see, at least. Firefighters have been practicing reversing and then doing their normal thing. So it's been quite an eventful show so far. We still have 3 747s ahead before the A380 is expected to land around 1:15 p.m. local time. This is KLM flight 644, Boeing 787-10 Dreamliner arriving from New York JFK. Flight time 6 hours 22 minutes. The airplane 3 years old. First flight January 2020. Seems that even with image stabilizer enabled, there is still a bit of shakiness in the footage. Right, Sander is informing us that the next queen is expected in, what is it, 12 minutes or so from now. Misam Sky Team, good morning. Jillard, goedemorgen. And indeed, Jillard confirming what Sander was already mentioning, that the next queen is expected in 12 minutes from now. As you guys can see, it is overcast. We cannot see the planes too far in advance, but they do become visible at some point. Can see 2 airplanes right now. Sleek fuselage, big engines that can only be one airplane type, an E2 Embraer 195. This one is from KLM, arriving from Geneva. Behind it is an Embraer 190. That is arriving from London City, British Airways, the E2. KLM flight 1926, flight time 1 hour and 20 minutes, 2-year-old airplane, first flight March 2021. So this is British Airways flight 8451, operated by BA City Flyer. It is an Embraer 190 coming in from London City. Flight time 37 minutes, 12-year-old airplane. First flight October 2010. See some vague lights in the distance. There is another airplane behind it. That would be Croatia Airlines A319 arriving from Zagreb. And Jason Lee, thank you so much for becoming a member just now. Thank you for your support. Welcome to the Aurora Sky Lounge. And indeed, there is an Emirates with a Rugby World Cup special livery coming to the Netherlands right now. However, due to its expected time of arrival, I think we're not going to see it up close. Hopefully 18C will be the parallel landing runway that will be open by then, so that we at least get to see it from the side decently. The Rugby World Cup still on. Don't get to see it very often on TV in the Netherlands, but it is being broadcasted right now whenever there is a match. I have to say, lovely game to look at. Croatia Airlines A319 arriving from Zagreb, flight 450, up next. Flight time 1 hour 38 minutes. This airplane is 11 years old. Her first flight was in March 2012. I'm also hearing an airplane take off, but I'm not able to see it. That would be an Embraer 175 going to Linköping. Hey, and we have a Grebe that has just arrived. Where is it? Yeah, typical Grebe fashion, diving under as soon as they get an inkling of a camera being pointed towards them. Now of course it is visible again, but first let's have a look at the landing. Then we will see if we can capture the Grebe on camera. Now, I'm looking, but I'm not seeing it anymore. Oh wait, already further upstream, and diving under again. I think it's hungry and it's looking for breakfast. Got an EasyJet A319 arriving from Venice. Flight time 1 hour and 40 minutes. 16 years old. First flight March 2007. Hope maybe in 5 minutes or so from now that they have updated the METAR to the latest version, so that we can see what the wind is doing. For a moment it seemed like it was picking up. Now it seems to be calm, more calm again, so wind speed seems to be a bit variable. Not consistently increasing or anything, or consistently decreasing. Ah, no foot, no Grebe. You guys see that way better than I do. I have a little 3-inch camera screen over here that I'm looking at. You guys see way more detail than I do. Now this I do recognize, it is a duck. Hey there JD, good morning, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Hope that goes for everybody. Right, KLM 737. away from Copenhagen. But let's turn around the camera because Queen number 3 is incoming. There she is. This is Atlas Air Flight 5219, Boeing 747-400, arriving from Miami, Florida. Is underway now for 7 hours and 51 minutes. A 747-400 freighter, 24 years old, first flight May 1999. In the meantime, Roy, thank you so much for your generous super chat. A little support for the channel, he writes. Well, that's definitely not necessary, but thank you so much nonetheless. Really appreciate it, and thank you for your continued support, my friend. This is the third Queen of 5, ladies and gentlemen. The first two were the first 2 airplanes of the stream. If you missed it, watch back the first 5 or 10 minutes and you'll see the first 2 back-to-back landing. Got 2 more after this, before the A380 is landing, which is expected to arrive around 1:15 p.m. Right. Now folks, if you're new to the channel but you're liking what you're seeing, consider giving it a like. And if you really want to keep posted about when I'm going live in the future, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In the meantime, Donald and his companions have entered land. The invasion has begun. And more of them are out here, if the camera can get the focus in. There we go, slowly but surely. And more up ahead. And even more further south. Now, also quickly turning around the camera because there is traffic coming in. Air Canada. This is Air Canada Flight 808. It is arriving from Toronto. Boeing 777-200 long range. Flight time 6 hours and 35 minutes. Photo bombed by a yellow authority vehicle. Oh, that's LVNL, Air Traffic Control Netherlands. Well, here he is, Donald and his friends. Let me also have a quick look at the weather and see what the wind has been doing. It seemed initially like it was picking up. Now it is slowing down again. Yeah, Wind speed is a bit variable. There's no consistent trend in increasing speed or decreasing speed. Now it has gone back to 10 knots. Let me paste that in. There you go. Right, K2 also coming in. .737 arriving from London Heathrow, and next is a 737 from TUI coming in from Brussels. TUI Belgium 737-800, flight time 27 whole minutes, a 12-year-old airplane, first flight June 2011. And in the top left you can see another 737-800 that is coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle. Looks like a 737-800 from Transavia arriving from Ljubljana is one of the next airplanes. I think it is going to be the third airplane to arrive. Got a couple of 737-800s back to back right now. Little bumpy. Hey Tim, morning. And a little butt shot from the TUI 737. Now the wind is slowing down again, so I think I am going to turn off image stabilizer once again. Probably not necessary with the current winds. Hey Debbie, good morning. Right, 737-800 time. The next one arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle, KLM. Flight 1228, 41-minute flight. The airplane is 12 years old. First flight was in May 2011. Little wobbly. Hey Johanna, goedemorgen, good morning. Right, now 737-800, 737-800. We're waiting for the next 737-800. Alright, Anton has to go back to work. See you later, alligator. Thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you again soon. Sally the Seagull doing a flyby. And we have one of the ducks chilling on the stone slab in front of the little peninsula. And the second one is going to join him. Or is she? Hey Ross, goedemorgen, good morning. EDC Metalman, good morning. Long time no see. Cor, goedemorgen. Welcome one and all. We're over here at the Polderbaan today. Arrivals take place over here. The only runway for arrivals at the moment. Surrounded by ducks. They have returned from their holiday, it seems like. Now, Russell and Sheryl Crow and them bros I haven't seen yet. Got some yellow vehicles coming this way. I believe none of the two is a bird control vehicle. What is that second one? Let's have a look on the laptop screen. Oh, huh? Oh wait, is that? Oh, that's a van. There's somebody walking. Oh, that's in the background. Huh, interesting. Now in the meantime, there's also an airplane coming in. Let me go back to manual focus. Transavia, flight 6820, arriving from Ljubljana in Slovenia. Current flight time 1 hour 28 minutes. 22 years old, this airplane. First flight was in 2001 in March. Hey Nick, goedemorgen. Alles goed, absoluut, dankjewel. Met jou ook? Could be Adam, that it is the mowing crew. Let's have a look, shall we? What does it say on the side? T97. Nothing more than that. Oh, and duck hunt has begun. It's full of working people. Ah, I already thought it was a little bit of a Japanese van-like look when this vehicle was approaching. Nissan or something. Right. Let's have a look at the landing of the Transavia 737. Heel mooi Nick, heel mooi. Right. Ita Airways coming next. Arriving from Milan. And after that we are going to see a 777 from KLM arriving from Cape Town. In fact, we do see both already. Now it's looking a bit grey and dark looking to the north. It is still overcast, but looking to the south it is a bit more light in the meantime. So it's not all doom and gloom over here, but it is definitely different weather than the last time we were standing here. Then again, it is nearly October, so sooner or later this type of weather does come back. Now, Ita Airways, finally it is landing on the right runway. The special livery, the Friuli-Venezia Giulia livery. Or at least I think it says livery, but It is a long name. Friuli-Venezia Giulia. Special livery. Flight 120 arriving from Milan. Flight time 1 hour 27 minutes as we speak. 14-year-old airplane. First flight May 2009. We saw it from a distance a few times already. Now we get to see it up close. Let's have a look, shall we? Half blue, half white, with figures, motifs, little thingies, all kinds of details on it, if I'm not mistaken. Those are the pictograms that you see on clothing labels with washing instructions. Do not tumble dry. 30 degrees only. It looked like it, but it undoubtedly wasn't. Alright. Hey there, Elias. Good morning. Tuning all the way in from Brazil. This is KLM Flight 598 arriving from Cape Town, South Africa. It's been underway now for nearly 11 hours and it is 7 years old. PHBVB. Now the PHBVA unfortunately will not see during this stream. It was underway to a distant location and not on its way back to Amsterdam. How nice is that, ladies and gentlemen? A KLM 777 pilot knowing how to use the lever of the thrust reverser. Absolutely me myself, the best sound so far. Even better than the 747s we've heard so far. Now, let me think. Talking about sound machines, we haven't seen any Delta A330s yet, have we? They used to be so prevalent in the streams, but come to think of it, I don't think we've seen one today yet. Now that might all change. It is still 10:50, so we'll probably see one or two in the upcoming hour, or at least that's what I'm hoping for. Adam is already confirming one coming in from Minneapolis soon, so we'll get our fix hopefully. If there's one thing those Delta A330 pilots are good at is wheelies. Well, two things. It's wheelies and using the reverser for loud landings. Let's hope we get one of the two or perhaps a little bit of both, but I'd rather have them specialize in one and really outperform in that field. Got us Embraer 175 arriving from Stuttgart up next. Still crabbing a little bit. There's still some crosswind. Although where I am standing, it seems to have calmed down a little bit again. Probably also hear it on the microphone, not a lot of wind noise. Smooth sailing. Now, been quiet here today. We did have a couple just now that were sitting on the bench over here for a little while, but they have gone away again. Did have a few pedestrians walking by earlier. You do see some people over there in the distance, just left of the cycling path sign on the lantern. That is where the fence of the official Spottersplaats is, the parking lot. So there are some people over there, but it seems that none of them are coming over here. Also on the other side of the cycling path, it is all quiet. Yeah, they're working. Still not sure what they're doing, but they don't seem to be working on the cycling path, at chipping away at the tarmac over there or something. They do seem to be working in the grass, where I'm also standing, but further up north. Now, I'm also seeing that the tractor is emptying its cargo. Looks like a fresh batch of sugar beets that have been harvested. Hey there Donna, good morning, good to see you again. It's going to be tricky for me to watch constantly, so we'll pop in and out. Well, you do what you need to do. Make sure that no bosses get cross with you or anything. I think they're sugar beets, or are they? Let me have a look, closer look. Yeah, it does. If I had to say, if I had to call it, I would say it's probably sugar beets, but I am by no means an agricultural expert. I'll leave that to the experts to determine what it actually is, but it looks like sugar beets if I had to venture a guess. Indeed, Cor. Oh, what is the English word for witlof? Ah, Marijn. Also saying it is sugar beets. Right. Several people confirming it is sugar beets being harvested right now. Now, there used to be a sugar refinery over at Halfweg, which is, I think those two buildings you're seeing is from the old sugar factory that used to be there. So all the sugar beets harvested in this area would probably go over there to be refined into refined sugar. This is British Airways flight 430, Airbus A320, arriving from London Heathrow, short flight 40 minutes. 15-year-old airplane, first flight October 2007. Hey, Euro Aviation, morning. Right, got somebody walking their dogs. Cute little doggies. Alright, well, the moment we've been waiting for a little bit is there. One of the noisy buggers from Delta is coming in. Delta Airlines flight 162 arriving from Minneapolis. Airbus A330-300. Let's see if these pilots also know how to use the reverser. Chicory, chicory is witlof. Didn't know that. So indeed, it wasn't chicory that they were unloading there, but sugar beets indeed. Got an a Boeing 737 MAX 8 from Norwegian passing by that we are hearing but aren't able to see. Looks like they have also opened up runway 27. Let me update that. Interesting choice. Also not very good news, because if that's also going to be the secondary runway by the time the A380 will arrive, it means that we are not going to see it even a bit close by. If it's going to land on runway 27, you might be able to see that it is an A380 landing, but you won't be able to see any of the details of the special livery that is inbound. Wind is picking up again over here a little bit. You can see that the A330 the pilot is working to keep the airplane on the glide slope. It is crabbing. Okay, runway 27 not open. Okay. Interesting. So we do see occasionally airplanes go to runway 27. Did also see one Ryanair 737 earlier in the morning landing on it, even though LVNL didn't say it was open. Let's have a look if more airplanes are going to land on 27. Then LVNL is probably just late. There's definitely more traffic going to runway 27, so LVNL is probably running behind with publishing the current runway configuration. Are they also still using 18 left then, is what I'm wondering, or is it just, have they gone to a single runway usage for departures? Let's have another look, shall we? Well, the A330 definitely didn't disappoint in the audio department. That's a good thing. Okay, current. Right. Yeah, 27. So 4 runways in use for air traffic right now. 2 for landing, 2 for departures. Hey Ton, goedemorgen. Photo for you. Good morning. Good to see you again, buddy. Does look like it's opening up a little bit over here. Who knows, we might even get to see the sun. Wouldn't that be something? Right, next up is JetBlue arriving from Boston. I did already see another JetBlue land over here as I was walking up to the spot where I'm standing at to set up. So that must have been the A321 arriving from JFK. This one is the new flight that has only begun, what was it, a week ago? I think it was a week ago exactly. Yeah, it's the 28th. They started on the 21st with this flight from Boston, Massachusetts. JetBlue flight 631 Airbus A321neo. On its way for 6 hours and 26 minutes right now. 2 years old, first flight, August 2021. Alright, Mrs. Professor has to go to bed again. Thank you for joining and sleep tight. See you on the next one. Bisnovat says, my brother is arriving in half an hour on Transavia 5628 from Mallorca. Hopefully it will be directed to this runway. Let's see, Mallorca, yeah, could go either way. I think there's a good chance that it's going to land on the Polderbaan though. Now we have seen 3 747s already. The first two back to back in the beginning. Plane number 1 and plane number 2 of the stream. 2 consecutive Boeing 747s. The third one arrived a bit later. And if I'm not mistaken, we are still expecting 2 more before the A380 is going to land. Which it now looks like is going to land on runway 27. Now that means we are only going to see a small glimpse of it. Luckily visibility is decent, so this is what you can see of airplanes landing on runway 27 from over here. So we should be able to make out it is an A380, but only that and not much more. It is a special livery, the Rugby livery, but we aren't going to see any details of the livery if it is going to land on runway 27 like this airplane is doing right now. From over here, unfortunately. Right. Hey, WD computer. We don't have any sun at the Polderbaan today, that is absolutely correct. Now, what isn't yet might still be, but looking to the north, it looks gloomy. Mind you, looking a little bit behind me, it does look like things are opening up just a bit. So, and the wind is also coming from that direction, more or less. So, who knows, maybe in an hour or so, I'll be standing in the sun over here. For now, it is still mostly overcast, but it was completely overcast before. So it is opening up just a little bit, and slowly. This is KLM flight 1072, Embraer 190 arriving from Manchester. Flight time 44 minutes, 9-year-old airplane. Is Captain Willie aboard? Could he be flying today? Doesn't look like it, and if it were Captain Willie, then he probably wasn't in the mood to do a wheelie. Still a proper landing. Ross is asking about the temperature. I will have to look in the ticker to see that. Let me update the latest weather. See what it is right now. Was 18 degrees C before. Thinking it is probably around the same temperature still. Don't think that the temperature has changed that much. Let's double check, shall we? 18 degrees C. 12 knot wind. 220 degrees, varying between 180 and 240. There you go. Updated the ticker. So the temperature is 18 C. So that is 66 F, if I'm not mistaken. And we have an Embraer Phenom coming in next. Also something that you don't see very often. Embraer Phenom 300 from Netjets coming in from Palma de Mallorca. And also a big thank you to Malky for gifting 5 AMS Live memberships. Thank you so much for that, buddy. And welcome to all new AMS Live members to the Aurora Sky Lounge. Embraer Phenom 300. Little biz jet. Landing on the big Polderbaan. Which is interesting because you would think, given the location of the general aviation platform, they would have redirected it to runway 27. So why they're doing this, I don't know. And we get a Phenom butt shot as well. I'm already fully zoomed in. I'm pressing the zoom rocker, like why won't it zoom further, but... Right, so half an hour of taxi still ahead of it. Has to go to the exact opposite side of the platform area. Really bonkers if you think about it, but there you go. Now, I'm even seeing a little bit of blue sky over there. So who knows, we might even get some sunshine over here later today. This is KLM flight 986 Embraer 190 arriving from London City. Flight time 38 minutes, 5-year-old airplane. More Embraers. So, getting a Phenom in between more regularly is something I would definitely be for. Also hearing a turboprop. There's probably a turboprop flying above the clouds passing over Schiphol right now. Hey, I'm already seeing 3 sets of landing lights. How about that? Let's go back to enabling image stabilizer, shall we? It's getting a bit more shaky. Let's have a look. Yeah, 3 airplanes coming in. Hey Anne, goedemorgen. Araf, good morning. Tim, goedemorgen, good morning. Got an A320 from Iberia Express leading and an A319 from EasyJet behind it. And the third airplane is the Play A320 Neo arriving from Reykjavik. Hey, Lance, good morning. Good to see you again, mate. Dutchie66, goedemorgen, good morning. Euro Aviation has to go again. Thanks for tuning me in, man. Take care, see you soon. EasyJet flight 27842 is up next, arriving from Birmingham after a flight of 44 minutes. This is an A319, 15 years old, first flight February 2008. Now, there are 2 more 747s expected before the arrival of the A380 today. I'm not exactly sure when the next 747 is going to arrive. We did already see 3, of which 2 back-to-back in the very beginning of the stream. If you missed it, do look that back at a later moment. The first and second airplane of today's stream, 2 747-400s of 5 in total that we are expecting to see before the A380 will land today. Now, plenty of ducks. Still have a couple over there. 2 more in the water. that are engaging in activities. And our next airplane, talking about playtime, is Flight 460 A320neo, arriving from Reykjavik. Flight time a bit longer than normal, but that probably has to do with Agnes causing a bit of additional headwind. Flight time 2 hours and 45 minutes. Brand new airplane, meaning less than a year old. First flight was in October 2022. Got two 737s coming. First a 700, then an 800. This is KLM flight 1422, 737-800 arriving from Birmingham. Flight time 42 minutes. 15-year-old airplane, first flight December 2007. Ah, it was a Metroliner overhead, Dutch 66 says. If you're hearing explosives, here's the culprit. K2 chasing away birds. Now, next up is going to be a Transavia 737-700 in the old livery. The previous iteration. Arriving from Barcelona, flight 5132, flight time 1 hour and 51 minutes. The airplane is 20 years old, first flight February 2003. There you go. This is the previous livery. Has a bit more color than the latest iteration of their livery, which is all white and green. Even though I have to say I like the new livery better, I do like that this livery has a bit more color. Johan, goedemorgen. Evie, guten Morgen. And let's have a look. E2 Embraer 195 coming in from Brussels is next. KLM flight 1724. A whole 28 minutes of flight time under its belt already. Little scooter, moped scooter, passing by on the cycling path. Now this airplane is 2 years old, first flight April 2021. Got an Embraer 175 arriving from Norwich after that, and an Embraer 190 arriving from Lyon after that. Hey, we have a blue spanner in the chat. Morning, Paul. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. And indeed, Anne, it looks like the weather gods and the ATC gods are interfering with me being able to film you on one of your departures. Then again, as we say in Dutch, the aanhouder wint. Keep trying. Sooner or later we'll succeed. Now, Russell or Cheryl, from a distance, I'm not able to see which one it is, but one of them is sitting there. So, slowly but surely, the animals we're used to seeing are coming back. The ducks have already come back. The grebes and the coots are still MIA, but I'm pretty sure they will follow soon enough. This is an Embraer 175 arriving from Norwich. And the next airplane to arrive is going to be an Embraer 190. I'm doing well, Yorkshire. Thanks for asking. Now, I'm just curious about the 747s that were expected to arrive over here. Let's see. Where are they? Have they all landed already? No, there is one underway from Miami that's expected around the same time as the A380. There's also one arriving from Shanghai. That's expected a bit later. Okay. Ah. So we do have a bit more of the Crow family over here. Both Russell and Cheryl. Cheryl just flew away. Also, looking up, patches of blue. Particularly visible when pointing the camera to the southwest. It is opening up. I would even venture to say we might get some actual sunshine over here pretty soon. Alright, back to manual focus. And also, well, change the settings of flight radar. Okay. Right, got flight radar back to how I want it. Was a little bit zoomed out to see where the 747s were at. Also only filtered on 747, got that back to how I want it. Hey there Fred, hey there Frank. André, goedemorgen. This is KLM flight 736 arriving from Curaçao, Willemstad. 777-300ER underway now for 8 hours and 8 minutes. It is 10 years old. First flight was in May 2013. I'm actually starting to feel that the sun is coming out from behind the clouds in my back. It is actually happening. We're going from overcast to sunny conditions. You can see that the sun is starting to shine, illuminating the livery, giving it a bit of a shine. Still a bit milkiness in the sky, but the sun is actually coming out a little bit. Hey there Toms, goedemorgen. Doing well, thanks for asking. Hope you are doing well as well. Captain Adjutant Infantry Eddie Bos. The name keeps changing. Good evening mate, good to see you again. Hope all is well. Now, the moment we are sensing a bit of more wind. Also a bit more shakiness in the water, a few more ripples. Also got the Tour de France peloton coming by. They are battling the wind out in the open field. I'm also looking up to see if maybe I can spot some contrails already. I do see a contrail remnant, but not an active contrail. But maybe, yeah, you can see it probably as well. There is a contrail remnant, so definitely opening up a little bit over here, which is nice. Got an Embraer 175 arriving from Aberdeen, having just landed. KLM flight 1442. Little Embraer butt shot coming in. All right. Now. Private Joker, good morning. Lena, good morning. And thank you for your kind words, Lena. Big words. Thank you nonetheless. Not sure if they're actually true, but Also, I totally agree with Hans, who celebrates his 2 months of AMS Live membership, saying we want more wheelies. Absolutely true, my friend. And thank you so much for your ongoing support and congratulations. No waivers yet, Frank. Helene, thanks for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you soon again. Tom says the flight from YYZ is nearly in with the 777-200 series. Such a great plane, especially if you're flying it with KLM. 3 triples, as me myself was already alerting us. Coming soon. Oh. First, another Embraer 190 from KLM. Little wheelie, but not a very long one. We haven't seen any record-breaking wheelies so far today. Although we did have a few landings with great audio, where the pilot was able to find the lever for the reverse thrust. Lars, goedemorgen. Next up, KLM flight 916, Embraer 175, arriving from Southampton. And when I point the camera in this direction, it is shaking a little, despite having the image stabilizer on. So let me just lock the tripod. Oh! We have one 777 arriving from Vancouver that is continuing to fly to runway 27 for some reason. So that is one less 777 coming our way. Makes you wonder why. It's not because there's so much traffic going to this runway, I should think. Now, let's have a look. What is the second triple going to do in a few moments? We're now looking at a KLM 737-800 arriving from Edinburgh, and we might get to see the 777 behind it. Will we see it enter the glide slope, or will it continue to pass us by? In the meantime, Snorri, thank you so much for your continued support, celebrating 3 months of membership already, and saying good morning to you too, Snorri. That's a nice dog on your lap on the photo. Now, if that triple is going to the Polderbaan, we should be expecting to see it turn onto the glide slope. And based on flight radar, I'm still not able to make out what it's going to do. I'm also not seeing it on camera. but it has turned onto the glide slope judging flight radar, so that is good news. 777 coming up after this airplane. Private Joker says, grey air, is a storm coming up? No sir, the wind is coming from this direction. So, but then again, there is a bit of darker clouds in the distance, so who knows. At the moment we are enjoying a little bit of bluish sky, with even a little bit of a contrail remnant just right of the sun visible. Not seeing any contrails at the moment. So let's point the camera to the north, see if we can pick up the 777 that is approaching. I think there it is. Oh, wait a minute, no, that's the second airplane. This is the 777-200 that is coming next. KLM flight 696 arriving from Toronto. Airplane behind it, an Airbus A319 arriving from London Luton from EasyJet. Let's have a quick look at the weather, shall we? See what the wind is doing. Checking out flight radar, the latest METAR. Copy paste. Oh, the wind has changed. 250 degrees 12 knots. So the crosswind component has increased, ladies and gentlemen. Wind is now blowing more westerly than southwesterly. Still 12 knots. I'm updating the ticker as we speak. So the crabbing is only going to increase a little bit. Now, if you're new to the channel and you're liking what you're seeing, don't forget to like, and if you want to keep posted, updated about when I'm going live again, don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon. This is KLM flight 696 777-200 arriving from Toronto. 777-200 ER, flight time 6 hours 40 minutes, 19-year-old airplane, now touching down. We have seen one go around today, earlier in the morning. From an A320 Neo from SAS coming in from Oslo. Not sure why. The runway was already vacated. Second try, no problems whatsoever. So if anybody picks something up about why the airplane went around, do let us know in the chat. I'm still curious to learn why this was. Now, still 2 runways being used for arrivals. This is one of them, but makes more sense that they have opened up runway 27 as a secondary runway for the arrivals today, with the wind now having changed to nearly westerly. 12 knot wind. This is what it looks like when you look at chimney smoke. Also on the other side, it's reversing into the mound, or it's still approaching a tractor doing sugar beet harvesting. This whole mound is sugar beets. And the tractor is going to unload a new batch that has been harvested. It's going to reverse into the mound and then raise the trailer. Let's also quickly go back to the next airplane landing. EasyJet A319 arriving from London Luton, and look at that, definitely a bit more crosswind. Is it going to commit to landing? It is. So if you just tuned in, welcome to the show. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. We're standing at the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, one of two runways being used for arrivals right now. Wind is blowing from the west-southwest, 250 degrees, 12 knots. Crosswind from the right for the airplanes landing. They're landing north to south. Wind direction, current wind direction, nearly perpendicular to the runway heading. Still modest, 12 knots, but you could see it just now. The airplanes are crabbing a little bit. We're not getting the full hit of Agnes, but just a little bit of breeze. Ducks in the water, airplanes in the sky, little sun, little clouds. We started the show with two consecutive 747s landing. The first and the second airplane of the show, two 747s back to back. If you missed it, do look that back. It was a nice way to start the stream. There was a third one that we saw land earlier. Two more expected around the time of arrival of the A380. The A380 from Emirates today, expected to land around 1 p.m. local time. Now bear in mind, whenever it is on time like it is today, it is typically landing on the secondary runway for arrivals, opened up usually 15 minutes before, about 1 p.m. And today it looks like runway 27 is going to be that runway, and that means that the airplane, the A380, is going to land pretty far away from over here. I'm already looking to see if I can show you what it looks like from over here to see an airplane approach runway 27, but I don't see any airplanes in the distance right away. But the only thing you can make out is that it is an A380. It is a special livery coming in today, the Rugby World Cup special livery, so it would have been nice if we were able to see it up close, but the likelihood of that today is quite low actually. Right, Embraer 190 arriving from Glasgow. German Airways flying for KLM. It is the Lycifer Chocolatory special livery. Flying right now as KLM flight 1474. Flight time 1 hour and 6 minutes. And the DAPRI, 15 years old, first flight January 2008. We had to miss this airplane, which was always a regular visitor of the stream in the previous couple of months. But I think it was since last week or so that we are seeing it fly to Amsterdam again. Ever since its return, I think we've seen it during each stream so far. And do I see it? Yes, I do. I have to squint my eyes to make sure, am I seeing an airplane? And here we see an example of what it looks like from over here to follow airplanes landing on runway 27. This is in fact an airplane doing just that. Now, I think this is also a small airplane, so with an A380 it is a bit easier to identify it as an A380, but we aren't going to see the details of the special livery from over here, unfortunately. This is KLM flight 758 Arriving from Panama City, 777-200 flight time 9 hours, 34 minutes, 17 years old, first flight April 2006. Of course, what I was saying about the A380 is assuming it is going to land on runway 27. We might get the lucky break, see it up close, but don't count on it, is what I'm saying. There is another 747-400 expected, well, two actually, around the arrival of the A380, one arriving from the east, which will probably also land on runway 27 then, because that will probably be open by then as the secondary runway for arrivals. There's also one coming in from Miami, i.e. it is coming in from the west, and that is definitely going to land on this runway. If nothing strange happens in between, because normally speaking you would also have thought that 777s arriving from Vancouver would land on this runway, and as we saw just now, it did get directed to runway 27 for whatever reason. But under normal circumstances, the 747 arriving from Miami should land on this runway. Hey there Dexus, good to see you again. Serkan, good day to you. Alright. I think we are going to see two. Let's see. Hey! Yeah, that's what I was talking about under normal circumstances. And under normal circumstances, you would also expect KLM Flight 604 arriving from LAX to land on the Polderbaan today. But if you look on Flight Radar, you can now see it fly to runway 27. I don't know why. Maybe they're scared of the wind and are low on fuel and are thinking, let's better be safe than sorry. Maybe fly a bit longer, but also shorten the time to the gate. Of course, when you land on runway 27, you're almost at the gate already. Whereas when you land on this runway, you still have 15 minutes at least ahead. I'm assuming that most of you will already know the layout of Schiphol Airport. For those of you who don't, this is the runway that was built the latest, most recent, and 20 years ago or so. It has its dedicated ATC control tower. What you see over there is the fire station. Airplanes that have landed on this runway have to taxi back to the main platform area along the line of trees that you see in the background. You can already see an airplane in the distance doing it. If you look on the map, you can see that this runway, the Polderbaan, runway 18 right, 36 left, is the furthest removed from the main platform area. You can see where the main platform area and the gates are. We can even see the A340 from Suriname Airways over there. Main ATC control tower is over there, and the terminal building where the gates are located is immediately adjacent to it. So any airplane landing on this runway still has 10 to 15 minutes of taxi ahead of it, at least, depending on which gate it needs to be at. Which is also why it was so peculiar to see that Embraer Phenom 300 land over here earlier in the morning. Netjets, if I'm not mistaken, it was arriving from Palma de Mallorca. Small biz jet has to go to the general aviation part of the platform area, which is located at Schiphol Oost, which is on the exact opposite side of the airfield to where we are standing. Now, photo for you is saying A340 overhead. Mate, this is what I'm looking at overhead. No contrails no contrail spotting today, unfortunately, it looks like. Now, is that the law? Yeah, it is the law. Maybe if the officer is in a good mood, they're getting a warning. If they're in a bad mood, they're going to get a hefty fine for parking over there, because that is not allowed. As with most of these roundabouts that give access to the runway area, you're not allowed to stand still or park over there. So it does get checked on a regular basis, and if they catch you, well, you have to really have a lucky break if you are going to walk away without a fine, because the traffic signs are quite clear and get repeated often when you drive towards the roundabout. Now, 777 to Shanghai, taking off, passed us by. I could hear it but not show you. We do see more agricultural activity on that side. I think this is the harvesting taking place of the sugar beets. More impressive machines. I think this is a harvester which can unload the harvested sugar beets into the trailer that the tractor is then driving towards the rest of the mound, reversing into it. We're waiting for the next airplane, which is going to be an Embraer 190 arrival from Cardiff. Again, a bit of wind picking up over here. Hey Wilma, goedemorgen. Long time no see, good to see you again. More sugar beets to satisfy all those sugar teeth, those sweet teeth. Right, the next airplane, the Embraer 190, is gliding towards the runway. German Airways, Embraer 190 flying for KLM as KLM flight 1060, arrival from Cardiff, flight time 52 minutes. Embraer 190, 15 years old, first flight January 2008, same age as the PHBVA and the Lycifer Chocolaterie Embraer. They're all from January 2008. And duck hunt has begun. Now, looking in the water, you can see definitely more ripples than we saw earlier. And in 10 minutes or so, there is going to be a new meter being published, so I will have a look and see what the latest weather report is saying about the wind. We're now waiting for KLM flight 1486, an Embraer 175 arriving from Humberside. In the top left corner, vaguely visible. Let's have a look at the runway usage. Normally speaking, around this time they close. Yeah, runway 27 has closed again. So we are once again standing at the only runway being used for arrivals for the time being. So all incoming traffic is once again going to be directed to this runway, probably until just around 1 o'clock. That's typically the time for ATC to open up a secondary runway for arrivals. Nice 15 minutes before the A380 typically arrives, and today it is unfortunately on schedule, not ahead of schedule. After this Embraer, we are going to see an Airbus A319 and then another Embraer 175. And again, all is quiet over here on the cycling path. No other spotters. There is still activity over there at the main Spottersplatz parking place, as you can see from over here. There's one person in the on the left who has ventured out to the cycling path, but it is otherwise relatively quiet. There were some people cycling in the distance. Yeah, they are still visible, and a few folks walking. So more people up ahead and at the parking place of the Spottersplatz. Let's have a look. There is an A319. Yeah, just turned onto the glide slope, arriving from Pisa. EasyJet flight 27826. Morgen, Feldi. Schön, dass du auch wieder dabei bist. This is an A319 arriving from Pisa. Flight time 1 hour and 47 minutes. 14 years old, first flight September 2009. Behind it, an Embraer 175 arriving from Darlington. And I think we might be lucky and see it turn onto the glide slope. According to flight radar, it is still approaching from the left. Also crouching behind the laptop to see, can we see that happen? Visibility should be good enough. Then again, camera needs to be pointed a bit lower. That is not... Oh wait, yeah. In the middle, at roughly the same height as the Airbus, vaguely visible. So it does look like visibility to the north is decreasing a little bit. We were at one point able to see 3 airplanes in the distance. Now that no longer seems to be the case. Right, EasyJet A319 arrival from Pisa. After that, an Embraer 175 arriving from Darlington, or Teesside as it is now being indicated on flight radar these days. So we did have a moment where patches of blue sky were visible. I think these are the last of them. For a moment it looked like things were opening up, but now looking in the direction of the wind, you can see we're resorting back to getting overcast weather here around Schiphol Airport. Well, nothing we can do about it. 2 airplanes visible. In the foreground, in the middle, an Embraer 175 from KLM arriving from Darlington. Behind it is a 737-700 from KLM that is arriving from London Heathrow. And if we were able to see so far ahead, we might be able to see Delta Airlines Flight 164, Airbus A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis, turning onto the glide slope from the left. I'm looking on the laptop screen to see what you guys are seeing in more detail, but unfortunately I don't see the A330 yet. We'll probably see it after the landing of the Embraer 175. Got a little bit of crosswind today. The wind initially was more southerly than westerly, and now it is nearly perpendicular to the runway heading. 250 degrees, 12 knots. So it's not stormy, but it is wind blowing nearly perpendicularly to the runway heading. And then 12 knots all of a sudden is more than enough to cause the airplanes to go crabbing. We did see one go around earlier in the stream. SAS A320neo arriving from Oslo. Broke off the approach. Never knew why. The second try went effortlessly. Hey there, Daniel. Hey there, Goosey. Good to see you all. And in the meantime, if you look to the far left, round the same height as the airplane in the foreground, you can see the Delta A330. Just right of center, we have KLM Flight 1008 arriving from London Heathrow, Boeing 737-700. Current flight time 39 minutes. A 14-year-old airplane that had its first flight in March of 2009. K2 just passed me by. We'll enter the field of view from the right in a moment. Hey there, Rambo 88, tuning in all the way from Albania. Thank you for the kind words and welcome to the show, buddy. All other viewers who have joined us in the meantime, welcome to you guys as well. You're watching AMS Live. My name is Boy. This is the Polderbaan. At the moment, once again, the only runway used for arrivals. We have crosswind, nearly perpendicularly to the runway heading. The airplanes are landing from north to south. The wind is blowing from nearly directly west. 12 knots, last time we checked, causing the airplanes to crab a little bit. Secondary runway today, runway 27 thus far, was open until recently, now closed again, probably until around 1 p.m. We're sticking around until the A380 has landed, which is very likely not to land on this runway but on runway 27. Expected around 1:15 p.m. Got also two 747s expected around that time. So I'm going to stick around for those as well. We already saw 3 747s in the stream so far. The first two back to back in the very beginning of the stream. The first and second airplane of today's show were the two 747s. The third one a bit later. We saw one go around. We saw Firefighters reversing. And here is a Delta A330-300 arriving from Minneapolis. Unfortunately not as loud as its predecessor, which, if I recall correctly, was also an airplane coming from Minneapolis. Hey Suzanne, goedemorgen. Good to see you again. Hope all is well. Are that Russell and Cheryl? I think it might be. Probably are. Yeah. Plenty of space for both of you. Right. Got an airplane departing to Finland. Finnair to Helsinki. I'm hearing it, but I'm not able to show you guys because it is already above the clouds. Bit of a pity, but the cloud base is too low. Those airplanes climb too rapidly. Right, this is KLM flight 1820, arriving from Berlin. Embraer 190, short flight, 57 minutes, not as short as Brussels or Düsseldorf, but also not the longest these airplanes fly. 11 years old, first flight January 2012. Hey Basil, checking in from Mumbai. So good afternoon to you too then. Over here it has just become afternoon, and in India it is a bit later in the afternoon already. Welcome to the show. Hope everybody is having fun. That's the name of the game. We have two airplanes relatively closely next to each other, visually at least. And an airplane that we don't see very often coming in next, Freebird Airlines. I have to say, that's the first time I'm going to see it. Looking at the livery, looks nice. Flight 406, arriving from Brussels, an Airbus A320. 14-year-old airplane, first flight March 2009. Behind it is a 777-200 from KLM arriving from Guayaquil, Ecuador. Bit longer flight time. The one in the foreground from Brussels, 27 minutes. The triple behind it, bit longer, 10 hours, 31 minutes. 11 times longer. Little difference. Then again, not all airplanes are created equal. Teensy bit longer. And Face Rider YouTube tuning in from Sydney. Good evening, buddy. It's gone now, mate. Good to see you. Yeah, maybe the pilot is called Leonard Skinner. That would be something, wouldn't it? Right, Freebird. For me, a first. Thought by now I would have seen all the airlines. Oh! Did you guys hear that? The pilot actually used reversers, even if only for a few seconds. Well, this is a first for me. Freebird Airlines. Live on camera. We also get a Freebird butt shot. As if the butt shots of the ducks weren't enough yet. Right, let's quickly turn around the camera. That triple is almost landing already. KLM flight 755 arriving from Guayaquil, Ecuador. I still see some wobbliness in the footage despite the image stabilizer being enabled. Apologies for that. Just catches the camera and all the stuff on it more in certain angles, from certain angles. Could change the standard image stabilizer to dynamic. Let's see if that makes a difference. Yes, AK215. It is a little bit windy. The wind has increased a little bit. The direction has also changed. Was more southerly initially, and now it has turned more to the west. While we're waiting for the next airplane, let me also have a look and see if maybe what the latest weather report is saying. Now the wind has definitely picked up a little bit. The latest meter says 16 knot wind. So there's definitely, and it's from 240 degrees. Oh, 15 knots. So I've updated the ticker. Definitely crosswindy arrivals. Next up is a Boeing 737 MAX 8. Anna has to go. See you later. Thanks for joining, buddy. Have a nice day. This is TUI flight 1532, a MAX 8 arriving from Ibiza. Flight time was 2 hours and 10 minutes. The airplane 4 years old. And we do have a few heavies coming pretty soon. Right, let's have a look. The next airplane is going to be Aer Lingus, arriving from Dublin. Ooh, and a chopper. Let me crouch under the camera. That looks like a Robinson. It is. Instantly recognizable by the high shaft or whatever it is. The main rotor being a bit high. It says Robinson, what is it? Something 24 if I'm not mistaken. Probably privately owned. Alright, Roy, thank you so much for joining. Enjoy the rest of your day, buddy. Hope to see you again soon. You take care, man. Right, I think that's it, Tony. R44. Right, this is Shamrock Flight 604, Aer Lingus A320, arriving from Dublin, Ireland, where it left 59 minutes ago. The airplane is 15 years old, first flight was in May 2008. Now, it has to vacate quickly because the next airplane is approaching, and it is approaching quite quickly already. Now, A320 is doing just that. It has vacated the runway, so the next airplane can land, which it is almost doing already. Tightly knit together. Not a lot of clearance between the two airplanes. This airplane, Transavia flight 5820, arriving from Bari. Doing a KLM style landing. Vacate late, soon to the gate. Anton also has to go back to work. Thanks for joining, Anton. Enjoy the rest of your day. Maybe see you later. Crabbity crab crab. Delta Airlines flight 136 arriving from Detroit, Michigan. Airbus A330-300 underway now for 7 hours and 17 minutes. The airplane is 18 years old. First flight was in May 2005. Behind it, Musk Cargo in the top left quadrant of the screen. Another A330. This A200. Rambo 88 asks if I'm a pilot. I'm not a pilot, but I did apply at some point, amongst others, at KLM Flight Academy. But color vision deficiency, as it's called officially, is what prevented me from becoming a pilot. Not the loudest of landings, a little bit of a wheelie. Now, I'm doubting that the pilot of the Musk Cargo A330 is going to do an extensive wheelie, but you never know. Looking in the top left quadrant, you can see the next airplane coming after it, and that is a 777 coming in from Atlanta, Georgia. And Jack in Canada is tuning in from Southern Ontario, says hi. Hey there, Jack, welcome to the show. And good morning. Early morning still. What's the time difference? 6 hours or 7? Either way, still early morning in Ontario. This is Musk Cargo Flight 6124, an Airbus A330-200 arriving from Doha, and the airplane we're now seeing is underway for 6 hours and 26 minutes. She's 11 years old, her first flight October 2011. And it is still dark in Ontario, Jack is saying. I can imagine. I woke up early in the morning and over here it was also still dark. You can definitely tell that the days are getting shorter quite rapidly now on the northern hemisphere. Now we're still, at least over here in mainland Europe, we're still going to be in summer or daylight saving time. I think, or is, am I now mistaken, is winter daylight saving time. We're going to be in summertime at least for another month. Around the end of October, the clock is also going to go back an hour, making it dark, getting dark an hour sooner. Then again, it does get, the daylight does start an hour earlier after that. Right, this is KLM Flight 622 arriving from Atlanta, Georgia, KLM 777-300 ER, flight time 7 hours and 43 minutes. Now touching down. Oh, wow. I'm pretty sure that moving left and right that you saw was due to the image stabilizer overreacting to the shakiness of the wind. I did change the image stabilizer from standard to dynamic, and maybe that is overcorrecting too much, so I've just now changed it back to the standard image stabilizer. Hopefully it will reduce the vibrations that are still being transmitted because of the wind without the overcorrections. And Harry, good morning, also tuning in from Ontario, Canada. Morning. This is KLM Flight 767 that we're seeing approach. An Airbus A330-300 arriving from Bonaire. The B in the ABC Islands. Aruba, Bonaire, Curaçao. I think officially they're still part of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, although they are sovereign in the way they handle things. But the ABC Islands, just off the coast of Venezuela. This airplane has flown 8 hours and 12 minutes right now. She's 10 years old. First flight was in January 2013. Now, nice wheelie. Not really significantly using the reversers, but just a little. I'm still experimenting a little. I just changed for the last landing the image stabilizer to standard instead of dynamic. Now let's go back to having it off entirely. See if that maybe, it's particularly when the camera is pointed in this direction and I'm doing this part of the pan, that you saw quite hefty shakiness laterally, which I think is the image stabilizer overcorrecting. I've said it before several times, I'm not a big fan of it, but you do sometimes see that it mitigates the shutter. But then again, locking the tripod like I have done now can also help stabilize the image somewhat. Two big airplanes visible, but one is actually big and the other is just big because it is in the foreground. The airplane in the foreground is a Boeing 737-800 from Transavia, arriving from Naples, Napoli, Italia. Short flight, 2 hours 11 minutes, 13-year-old airplane, first flight June 2010. And thank you for your kind words, Goosey. I'm doing the best I can. Really should think about maybe getting some windscreens, mobile windscreens that I can put in the grass to set the camera behind, so that even when conditions are windy, I still have a place with no wind or hardly any wind that I can film from. Alright. Niels, goedemorgen. Oh no, it is goedemiddag. Thank you for tuning in and for your kind words, buddy. Glad you're enjoying the content, and I hope everybody is. This is Delta Airlines Flight 144 arriving from Seattle, Washington. Airbus A330-300. Nearly 9 hours in the air right now, 8 hours 59 minutes. The airplane is 16 years old. The first flight of this airplane was in August 2007. We have an Air Canada Dreamliner coming next, 7879. Wow, the saddest landing of an A330 of Delta we've seen so far. Nothing in terms of wheelie or loudness. That was a bit of a bummer. You can definitely see wind is picking up, and it is blowing from the southwest to west. Having the image stabilizer off altogether is not a good option considering the windy conditions, so I'm resorting to going back to the standard image stabilizer. It's not optimal, but I think it is the best of both worlds. More stabilization than without, and not as much overcorrection as with the dynamic setting. Right, Air Canada Flight 900 up next, 7879, arriving from Montreal or Montreal. Short flight today, 5 hours and 56 minutes. The airplane is 6 years old, first flight May 2017. And by the looks of it, it is in the bank robber, or what were the nicknames again? Bank robber look, sunglasses look, or the raccoon look. In the top left corner we can see the next airplane behind it. That is going to be a 737-800 from KLM arriving from Bergen. And goosey, I don't have any weights hanging under the tripod. I have tent wires and what are they called? I have fixated the tripod with tent wires into the ground firmly. There's a wire around each leg, so there's no movement in it whatsoever. Learned my lesson the hard way after my previous tripod fell over during stormy conditions around runway 27 earlier. I was very fortunate that the only thing that got damaged on that day was the HDMI cable. Indeed, Goosey, boy is using guy lines. 10 pegs, I think that's the proper name for it. Can I show you guys? Well, no. My pen handle is in the way. But I have tent wires wrapped around each tripod leg, and the other side is attached firmly into the ground. I always have a couple of bricks with me that I lay in my laptop tent to make sure that the laptop tent does not get blown away with all the equipment that I use in it. Also, that way I can raise the laptop above ground level, so should rain enter into the laptop tent, the equipment itself is still dry because it is above ground level. But I always use the brick to firmly fixate the wires into the ground. In Dutch we call those things haringen, herrings, but I think they're called tent pegs, as Malky was already suggesting. And Malky asks, what do I use to stop myself from blowing away? Well, I go on bulking periods every now and then. I gain mass. That's what I use to keep me from blowing away. Just gain mass. Right, we have a 777 coming up next. KLM flight 744 arriving from Lima, Peru. 11 hours and 11 minutes of flight time right now. 777-300ER, 2 years old, first flight January 2021. In the top left you can see some lights of the next airplane, which is probably a 737-700 arriving from Milan. Also hearing a siren. There's an ambulance. Well, there was an ambulance passing by on the road that is adjacent to the runway. Not sure if you guys can pick up on that. The Sennheiser mic is pretty directional, so only stuff in front of it is picked up. It is quite efficient in silencing sounds from the sides or from behind, although those hypercardioid microphones do also have a peak for sound from behind. Right, Vinny has to go. Thanks for joining, Vinny. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hope to see you again soon. And ciao Italo 2021, come stai? Benvenuto. The next two airplanes are visible. In the foreground, a 737-700 from KLM arriving from Milan, and behind it we have a Dreamliner from Aeromexico, flight 25 arriving from Mexico City. Hey there, James. Doing well, thank you for asking. And good to hear everything is good with Italo 2021. Now, let's see how. Also experimenting to see if locking just the pen axis is sufficient. You do get some shakiness, so you might also have to fixate the tilt. Yeah, that's probably best. Just lock both axes. Tiny little 737, very big tail. One size fits all solution from Boeing, so it looks comparatively big on the small 700 compared with what it looks like on the 800 and 900s. So this is Aeromexico flight 25. 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Mexico City. Flight time of this airplane 9 hours and 44 minutes as we speak. 6-year-old airplane that had its first flight in November 2016. Indeed, Italo, it is from Mexico. And James, we did catch the ITA special livery earlier, the Giulia Frulia or something. It was landing on this runway. If you missed it and also missed all the other highlights, and there have been a few already, when I'm done streaming and back home later in the afternoon, I am going to highlight, timestamp all the highlights as I always do. Nice to see. And indeed, Yillard, one of the two 747s we're still expecting, is expected around 15 minutes after the A380. So let's just stick around until both 747s that are expected between 1 and 1:30 have landed. Although, well, Air China Cargo is most likely going to land on runway 27. Next up is an EasyJet A320 arriving from Edinburgh, flight 23301. On the way now for an hour and 3 minutes. So far, only one go around that we've seen. A320neo from SAS, arriving from Oslo, aborted quite soon already for yet unknown reasons. Second attempt also at Polderbaan went very smoothly. EasyJet vacating via the first exit, so EasyJet buttshot coming in 3, 2, 1. There you go. JVD, thank you so much for your kind words. And Polderbaan has become the most used runway since it opened. Together with Kaagbaan, runway 2406, these two are the two preferential runways of Schiphol Airport. That means that whenever possible, these are used primarily for landings and arrivals, and the other runways that Schiphol has function as secondary runways. So at the moment, this is the only runway being used for arrivals. Around 1 o'clock, so in 15 or so minutes from now, you will probably start seeing traffic go to runway 27, which will then temporarily be opened as a secondary runway when the incoming traffic picks up. When it becomes too much for just one runway, they open up a second runway. But that's only for a short duration, usually 1.5 hours mostly, or less. Maybe even an hour sometimes. While this runway will continue to be used for arrivals throughout the day as a primary runway, unless of course the wind is going to pick up drastically and will be directly from the west. If the crosswind becomes too much, then this runway will close and runways 27 and 24 will probably be used for landing. We have seen that once before during really stormy conditions, I think somewhere in March. Did a stream from the field next to the McDonald's den. And what you normally don't see, namely one runway being used for both arrivals and departures, was something we could see then. Runway 27 being used for both inbound and outbound traffic. Airplanes following the glide slope of runway 27 and then turning to the left last minute to land on runway 24, particularly the cargo airplanes, also something you don't see every day. We saw that day. Runway 22, the Schiphol Oostbaan, being used as the primary runway for arrivals. Whenever there's a good storm from the west blowing, the runway usage gets changed to what it normally is. But yeah, Polderbaan, this runway, and the Kaagbaan runway 0624 Both are preferential runways and are used the most. This is Iceland Air Flight 500, a 737 MAX 8 arriving from Reykjavik. Now, touching down, the new livery, which I'm sure you all prefer to the old one. This is so much more exciting, so much more creative, so much more original. Flight time was 2 hours and 44 minutes. The airplane is 4 years old already. Got 2 airplanes coming in. Let me also have a look at the weather quickly. See what has changed. If the wind direction has changed, if the wind speed has changed. Okay, so not significantly. Now 13 knots, 240 degrees. Wind direction variable between 210 degrees and 280 degrees. I'm updating the ticker as we speak. There we go. (737-800) arriving from Madrid. And an Embraer 190 to Billund is passing over, and in the meantime an Embraer 190 from Lot is approaching. Coming in from Warsaw, flight 263, Embraer 190, flight time 1 hour and 37 minutes. The airplane is 14 years old. Its first flight was in January 2009. The airplane behind it is arriving from London Gatwick, British Airways, operated by Avion Express Malta. Nearly completely white with the exception of the British Airways logo on the fuselage in the back. On the back of the fuselage, I should say. Very small and subtle. Third airplane also visible already, albeit a bit faint. Iceland Air 737 MAX 8, another one arriving from Reykjavik. Here we have Lot Embraer 190 arriving from Warsaw. Hey Frits, goedemiddag. And Philippopoulos is asking a very good question. I don't know the answer to it, but I am curious as well. Why do they fly 2 MAX 8s so quickly after each other to Amsterdam? Now, Ton, we have seen it before. We also recently saw one of the MAX 8s and also one of the 757s within a time span of 10 minutes or so. But I'm not sure if that is the regular scheduling or if one of them was delayed perhaps. It does seem a bit odd to have two flights so quickly after each other fly to the same destination. Now, isn't it heartwarming to hear that at least the small airplanes can make big sounds as well? You don't very often hear them using the reverser so loudly, but it's good to know that they still have the potential to do so. Airplane taking off from runway 24. Ooh, that's interesting. Was having a little bit of it was doing a few last minute corrections before touching down with the main gear. It is remarkable that the spacing seems to have decreased in some instances. Some of those airplanes are really almost landing already before the previous one has decently vacated. Hey Wendy, goedemiddag. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Embraer 175 arriving from Aberdeen up next. 737-800 from Transavia arriving from Faro after that. Now, there's also a 747-800, a surprise 747, so there are 3 more expected, because the one I'm now seeing I did not count in the number that we were still expecting, but there is a 747-800, or 747-8 I should say, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. And I'm looking left of me to see if maybe I can see it visually. It is flying downwind, but it is over sea. Yeah, I'm not seeing it, unfortunately. We are hearing now the airplane that we saw depart just now, that I followed for a few moments. We tripled to Shanghai, if I'm not mistaken. Alright, Ton is giving us some bad news. Runway C has opened. I'm not too dissatisfied with that, because at least that means that the special livery A380 is going to be visible way better than if it were to go to runway 27. Ah, hey there John, who writes that his son-in-law Peter is watching for the first time ever from Townsville. Well, if you're watching, Peter, welcome to the show. Hope you're enjoying. Of course, the same goes for everybody. Little Transavia 737 arriving from Faro in Portugal. Still not completely happy with the shakiness that you're getting when following the airplanes when doing the movement so. Well, got a Vueling A320 arriving from Alicante next, flight 1377, flight time 2 hours and 18 minutes. The airplane is 10 years old, first flight April 2013. The A380 already in Dutch airspace, so Yorkshire Biker already had a look and see to which runway the A380 is going to be assigned. Of course, it is going to be runway center. That shouldn't come as a surprise. I'm just happy that they open up runway center as a secondary runway instead of 27, because it means that at least we get a decent look at the special livery, the Rugby World Championship special livery that today is flying to the Netherlands. The A380 is already past Hengelo, so it is getting closer by. It's already 5 minutes to 1, of course. So within the next 35 or so minutes, there are 3 747s expected and 1 A380. The upshot of runway center being the secondary runway is that even if the 747s and A380 are going to the secondary runway, at least they are visible and decently visible even. Next up is an A319 from Top Air Portugal arriving from Lisbon, flight 674, flight time 2 hours and 21 minutes. The airplane is 21 years old already, had its first flight in 2002 in May. So that means in total 6 queens and 1 king in the show today, 1 go around thus far. A heap of ducks. Reversing firefighters. All in all, another very eventful day thus far. I'm sticking around normally until the A380 has landed, but given that there are 2 747s within 15 minutes after or around the A380 has landed, I'm going to stick around until all the quads mentioned have landed. The last 747 expected to land of the 6 is 1:30 or so, so going to be around for another half hour. The next airplane is also of the A320 family, but it is a Neo arriving from Palma de Mallorca. EasyJet flight 27888. Brand new airplane, started flying last December. This flight has taken 2 hours and 6 minutes. Right, let's turn back to the north. Now what do we see? What do we see looking in the top left corner? Queen number 4. In front of it, a 737-800 arriving from Rome, KLM flight 1598. And a surprise 747-8 from Paris Charles de Gaulle behind it. Got more than 500 viewers here. Welcome to one and all. Welcome to the show. Hope you guys are enjoying. This is KLM flight 1598. Now touching down after 2 hours and 2 minutes of flight. 12-year-old airplane. KLM style landing. Keep up the speed. Vacate late. Sooner to the gate. However, as long as they don't vacate too late. Or maybe they should. That means that maybe the 747 has to go around and we get to see it a second time. That would be nice. Right, here she is, the 4th queen of the day. A surprise 747 Cathay Pacific Cargo, Boeing 747-8, flight 2014, arriving from Paris Charles de Gaulle. A short flight of 46 minutes thus far. The airplane is 10 years old. And the first flight of this airplane was in June 2013. Now even the Queen has to crab when there's crosswind like today. Hey Remco, goedemiddag. Liam, good afternoon. You guys tuned in just in time. Let's see how she does and what it will sound like. Wonderful, beautiful sound. Now, if you like what you see, definitely consider giving it a like. And if you want to keep posted of upcoming live streams, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell icon. In the meantime, Harry the Heron has landed on the peninsula. It's very popular, not just with ducks who you can see swim in the background. The Heron also likes chilling and relaxing on that slab of concrete. Very popular. Not sure who the owner is, but they should consider Airbnb-ing it. Renting it out to the highest bidder. Now, I have to go back into the ticker and update the ticker because now parallel landings to runway center have also begun, as you guys can see. First airplane from EasyJet making its way over to runway center. So after the next airplane on Polderbaan has landed, I will update the ticker. Is this the Peter Pan special livery? It looks like it. And it is. Okay, Transavia flight 6144 arriving from Alicante. 737-800 in the Peter Pan Vakantieclub special livery. That's apparently, I've been told, a club that caters to sick children so that they can go on holidays. Flight time from Alicante was 2 hours and 21 minutes and this airplane is 10 years old already. First flight was in March 2013. Let me quickly turn around the camera and update the ticker in terms of runway usage. The next airplane we're expecting is a Vueling A320neo arriving from Barcelona. And 18 right and 18C are currently in use for arrivals. Alrighty. Now Dario the dictator asks, if you want a plane spot, can you park your car somewhere close by? Absolutely, mate. After the next airplane, go to Google Maps, by the way, and if you look for Spottersplaats Polderbaan, you will find the parking lot already. So there's an official parking lot where you can park your car freely. There's a fence, you can stand over there. I will show you in a minute. This is easily reachable by foot from the parking lot in a few minutes of walking. And at the parking lot there are also some toilets for if you need to go, and on sunny weathers and particularly during the weekends there's also a fish and chip stand, and in the summer also an ice cream van, particularly nice if you have small children along. So I'm standing in the grass next to a cycling path which is north of the Polderbaan Spottersplaats, and the Spottersplaats itself, if you look in the center of the field of view, you can see, well, what can you see? Let me have a closer look. Yeah, you do see some people. Well, no, at the moment you don't see any people anymore. There is a fence right in the middle. You can watch the airplanes from over there, but you can also leave the parking lot, walk over here. But yeah, this is a Spottersplaats that you can easily reach by car. And Liam is already giving us a heads up that the Emirates A380 in the special livery, the Rugby World Cup special livery, is a few minutes out. Let me pinch out. Yeah, it's flying base. Not sure how soon ahead, how much in advance I can already show you guys the airplane. It is very big. Visibility on ground level is still good. I'll have to keep a close eye out. As soon as I see it visually, I will show it on camera for you guys. Right now, still looking at some traffic preceding the A380, such as this Embraer 175 that has just landed, coming in from Leeds. And also interesting is that there is a 7879 Dreamliner from Turkish coming to the center runway. Now that's good practice, a good exercise to see how far ahead can we already spot airplanes. So if you look on Flight Radar, you can see that the Dreamliner from Turkish is quite nearby. I now only just have begun to see it. Where is it? So let me have a look. There. Now, you don't see that very often. Most of the time Turkish is flying A330s to Amsterdam. Or A321s if I'm not mistaken. Well, no, that's, yeah. So Turkish flight 1957, 7879 Dreamliner. Got the bird controller on this side of the runway, driving from the south to the north, so from the right to the left. And underway it is setting off some fireworks, which you already heard. K2. This is Turkish Airlines flight 1957. As I was saying, a 7879 Dreamliner arriving from Istanbul. This airplane is now underway for 2 hours and 44 minutes. The airplane is 3 years old. First flight was in January 2020. Meantime, a Vueling A320 in the Disneyland Paris special livery is landing over here, arriving from Valencia. Oh, flight 8353, flight time 2 hours and 7 minutes. A 5-year-old airplane that began flying in May 2018. Ah, did not see that, Han. A big fish, a fish jumping next to the heron. Well, let's see. Am I able to see the A380 already? I think I do have it. So here's the airplane going to the Polderbaan and panning a little bit to the right, shoot. Well, no, it's higher. So back, zoom out a little bit, and then it should be, yeah, a little bit higher. There we go. Right, so today, not the last airplane of the day, because there's 2 more 747s coming in the next 20 minutes. It is Emirates A388 flight 147, the daily flight between Dubai and Amsterdam. Today in a special livery, which I'm trying to click on, but yeah, there we go. Clicked on the parallel airplane to the Polderbaan instead. Emirates flight 147 arriving from Dubai. At the moment, number 9 worldwide, tracked by 396 people. Arriving from Dubai, 6 hours and 32 minutes of flight time, completely standard. It is nicely on time. Expected time of arrival normally is 1:15 p.m. So everything is standard today, except the livery. It is the Rugby World Cup livery. The airplane itself is 9 years old. Began flying in July of the year 2014. I am watching you 75 says that the Cargolux 747 is also turning final, but it is going to 1/8 right, so that is nice. Means we will switch from the king to the queen, but not before trying to give you the best view of that special livery. I'm already zoomed in fully with optical zoom. Now, unlike with the Turkish Dreamliner, when the wind subsided a little bit, it does seem that the wind is now causing a bit more vibrations during the following. But yeah, this is at least orders of magnitude better what we can see from over here than if it had landed on runway 27. So I'm happy that if it is going to another runway, at least go to center then. You can see that this Emirates also has the new ribbon tail livery, which AMS Live members also have access to. Now the landing itself, the touchdown, we're not able to see, particularly not if Embraers are photobombing the moment, but we can see that the A380 has landed in fact. Hey Doug, nice of you to tune in. Thanks for your kind words, buddy. Glad you're liking the coverage. Now, let's turn back to the Polderbaan, or are we? Let's see. Yeah, Cargolux is now number 3 for arrival. There is a Dreamliner from Saudi arriving from Jeddah, going to the parallel runway, which you can also have a brief momentary look at. Got some Embraers coming in at Polderbaan. Speedbird Embraer 190 arriving from London City. E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Toulouse, and after that a 747. So let's also have a look at the Saudi for a moment. Another moment. HK215 has to go. Thank you for joining, buddy. Enjoy the rest of your day. See you soon, hopefully. Now, I'm sticking around for 2 747s, the first of which is visible already. The second one expected in 15 minutes from now. Probably going to land on the center runway though, mind you. I believe it is coming from the east, which makes it a candidate to land on the center runway. We can see that the gear of the E2 is extending. As I quickly take a sip of water. Looking us right in the face is KLM flight 1302. It is an E2 Embraer 195 arrival from Toulouse. Flight time 1 hour and 32 minutes. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight January 2021. Now quick look at the landing. Quick listen. Nothing spectacular that we are missing if turning around sooner. So let me count and see if I count correctly. This is Queen number 5. 5 out of 6. One more to go after this one. This is Cargolux flight number not mentioned. CLX 68K, it says on flight radar and nothing more than that, so let's just assume this is flight 68K then. It probably isn't, but let's just say that for simplicity's sake. Arriving from Miami, Florida, flight time 7 hours and 52 minutes. It is a 747-4 HAF parenthesis ER. 16-year-old airplane, first flight May 2007. Now I'm not sure if we're going to see a substantial wheelie. That's not typically something that 747s do, but they do sometimes use their reverse thrust. So let's have a look and listen. Queen number 5. Well, obviously a Queen is never disappointing, but in terms of the audio and the visual, I would say I've seen better and heard better. Hey Timmy Tayo, that is a long time no see. Good to see you again, hope all is well. Right now, got a few more airplanes ahead of us. Let's also have a look and see where that other 747 is hanging out. It is already over the province of Friesland, on its way over here. They're all on the same route. Very likely going to land on the center runway, but I am going to stick around at least until it has touched down, even if it is going to be on the center runway. A 6th queen and 1 king, 1 go around, reversing fire trucks, fire engines. It has been eventful, that's for sure. Right, next up, EasyJet. Flight 23853, an Airbus A320 arriving from Milan. After having flown 1.5 hours, about to touchdown. The airplane is 7 years old, first flight September 2015. Yeah, Lance, we did also see some National Geographic stuff. And Harry is back. The bird controller cannot keep him away from such an A+ location. Human real estate and animal real estate, the same rules apply. Location, location, location. That's what it's all about. Right, let's have a look and see what's next. We're seeing a 737 from Ryanair. It is a MAX 8 arriving from Dublin. Flight 3006. Flight time 1 hour and 5 minutes. The airplane is 2 years old. First flight April 2021. Let's see how the Ryanair landing is going to be. They do have something of a reputation, but not seeing it. That looked very decent and very good considering the circumstances. Right, well, looking ahead at the weekend, I should be out in theory each day. Tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday. However, I have to double check for tomorrow because there's one day where a bit of precipitation was expected, at least yesterday, and that was Friday. I'll have another look tonight and tomorrow morning. I'm assuming the precipitation is going to be overnight mostly and not too bad in the morning, but I'll have another look. Saturday and Sunday are looking to be good, but again, it's always under the condition of weather permitting that I'm going out, but thus far, no reason not to go out tomorrow and Saturday and Sunday. But there is some chance of some rain, at least on Friday. This is KLM flight 1316, E2 Embraer 195 arriving from Bordeaux. Flight time 1 hour 20 minutes. The airplane is 1 year old, first flight May 2022. Now, if you don't look at the big picture, it looks very gloomy, but there are some thinner parts in the sky over here, so it is sometimes looking a bit more bright. Also looking to the west or to the northwest. Looking, if you constantly see this picture that I'm showing you zoomed in, and particularly if you only see the backdrop in the distance, you only see this, the darkness, you might think, oh, it's terrible weather, but it's just overcast actually, not that bad. K2 over there, close by. So if we do hear some explosives, there's the culprit. The amount of sugar beets ever increasing. Too bad you cannot ski off sugar beet hills, or maybe you could, but wouldn't that be something? I do know that in the desert, in the Sahara, they do ski or snowboard off sand dunes. Sugar beet dunes, I don't know how they would do. If they're not slippery enough, or KLM flight 1928, Embraer 190 came back from Geneva. Hour and 16 minutes of flight time. Next up, A737-800, KLM flight 1074, arriving from Manchester. Current flight time is 50 minutes. The airplane is 15 years old. Its first flight was in February 2008. And you can still see that bird hovering there in the center of the screen. Looks like it hasn't moved in... Oh wait, it is moving, okay. One of those predator birds hunting for prey. Right, let's zoom out on flight radar as well. Have a look. 747 has approached the glide slope. Will be number 6 or 7 or so, if I had to guesstimate. I have to give a guesstimate. So still got a few more planes ahead of us. First up, this is KLM 1666. Arriving from Barcelona, 737-900, flight time an hour and 15 minutes. The airplane is 22 years old already. And it began flying in the month of 9/11, September 2001. So quite a long time ago already, if you look at it like that. Very much thinking about turning off the image stabilizer, but the wind has definitely not slowed down. But I'm just a little bit annoyed by that shuddery moment in this part of the pan that you see, which is the wind grabbing hold of the camera and the mic and the phone. It's all quite sensitive to the wind. Big surface area, unfortunately, and particularly in certain angles, the wind grabs hold of it. Almost never no wind over here. That's particularly on this location. You're out in an open field basically. Got an E2 Embraer 195 coming up next, arriving from Dublin, Ireland. And the 747 is turning onto the glide slope for center undoubtedly. But it should become visible quite soon. Right, Big Al has to go. Thank you for tuning in, you legend. Thanks for the kind words. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of your day, buddy, and hope to see you soon. And the 747 has indeed turned onto the glide slope for center as expected. Will become visible shortly. Right now, this is KLM flight 946 arriving from Dublin, E2 Embraer 195, flight time 1 hour and 2 minutes, a year old airplane, first flight October 2021. Gentle touchdown, no wheelie unfortunately. Let's have a look and see if I can already spot the 747. Not yet. Let's do the same trick again, shall we? So we started at the approaching airplane for Polderbaan and then it was a bit higher. Haha, it works. It worked again. Right, so the last airplane of the day, ladies and gentlemen, it is approaching runway center, the 6th queen of the day, Air China Cargo flight 1033 arriving from Shanghai. Current flight time 11 hours and 5 minutes. It is a 747-400 freighter, 17 years old, first flight April 2006. It is still far away. There's also an airplane closer by to this runway, so let's go back for a moment to see the landing of this airplane first. It is an Airbus A321 from Air France, flight 1740, arriving from Paris, Charles de Gaulle. Short flight, always around 40 to 45 minutes, and today 44 minutes it has been thus far. The airplane is 20 years old already. First flight was in November 2002. Right, back to the final airplane of the day. The 6th queen. 6 queens, 1 king, 1 go around, reversing Firefighters and Animal Planet. We've seen it all today. Ending the show with this 747 from Air China Cargo. Going to runway center unfortunately, but at least that is the closest by other runway. And if it has to go to another runway then Polderbaan, then at least this one is the best one. Lighting today today with the overcast conditions. Also relatively favorable to see all the details of the livery if it is fully sunny. And earlier in the day, then you have backlight from the sun, also still standing in the east. Visibility luckily unrestricted on ground level. No haziness or fogginess interfering with visibility today. There you go, the last airplane has touched down. Passing by that other quad jet that is still parked over there, Suriname Airlines, Airways. Airways, I always keep confusing them. Anyway, this was it for me for today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all so much for joining me here today. I had a blast and I hope you guys did too. I'm looking to go out again tomorrow, weather permitting, most likely in the morning. If it's dry by then, I will have another look. I will announce the stream if I'm going. If I'm not announcing anything, then the weather is probably not good enough. And in that case, I will look to go out again on Saturday. Thanks for everyone for joining me. Thanks to all the people who were so kind to donate super chats, super stickers, super likes, become a member, donate memberships, or maybe buy something out of the merch store. Thanks to all the moderators for once again, well, basically Yorkshire was the only moderator here today. Thank you, Yorkshire, for once again keeping the chat nice and friendly in the time you were there. If you like what you saw and you haven't done so already, consider giving the stream a like. If you're new to the channel and you haven't done so, make sure to subscribe and turn on the notifications so that whenever I go live you get notified, and hopefully you can join us again at a later stage. For now, I'm going to call it a day. Thanks again, once again, for everybody for joining. Hope to see you all soon. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I'm gonna say bye for now.